Well, hello there. Everything's squared away here. I need you to fit. There we go. Cutting off a little bit. Why are you suddenly... There we go. Everything ready to rock. Okay, so we were in the process of getting click and drag to work. We did have, delete you. Had this working. Okay, I don't love that it doesn't quite pick that up as fast because it's trying to highlight this. So I think we need to try to make that not doable. And I think we do need to fix that. Tile disconnect response is timed out waiting for that. Which is fine because this is going to need to get its functionality moved over as well. Actually, no. Hang on. Yes. Maybe. Trying to remember where I was. I've been working on other stuff for the past couple days, and all of where I was is now just lost in the ether. The map widget. We are pulling this stuff out. So right now we only have delete tile and disconnect tile in here. I don't think we need delete tile anymore, but let's go check room tile because it has its parent map. It has apply change. We need to put delete into this. Right now it's working through the old system kind of partially because things are still in the mix. So this used to be wired up to this. Yank you over here real quick. And we're going to go to here. Do we need an error? This does return an error. So let's do the same. Let's do the same. We don't need that anymore. We don't need this anymore. It's just going to be this. But this will be the widgets parent map. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? And then this is the map coordinates. That's correct still. We don't need... RF, that's what I was looking for. This goes in here. We do that. Let's make sure. Let's do that. We should also do, yeah. Clear our map tile. And then probably need to update ourselves. Because part of update... Actually, we don't even need to clear our tile, though. Because we do this in update. Or we want to, right? We left ourselves a note, thankfully. So what we're going to do is have a look at this here. Map coordinates should not be nil. That is still correct. Current tile is the map tile. What do we use current tile for? To store what it used to be. Okay, right. This would be... We do send a change event. Okay, right. Yes. I think this is actually all going to work. Our coordinates won't be nil. We say current tile is whatever this is, which will be a tile. Our grid at will come back nil. We've already set this to the result, which will be nil, I think. Double check. This might not return nil. But it should. We need to test that. I think we're good there. Let's try. And then we need to take this out to prevent it from conflicting with what's trying to happen in the tile widget. Like so. Run you. Delete should still work. Except for we forgot to take it out of edit bar as well. Or to use it in edit bar rather. We would have set that when we built the room tile stuff here. On change on close right here. Change is still valid. Apply change. Yeah, this is fine. We can still do that because we want the dialogue to come in from here. That's perfectly good. But if we take this out and all that out, then we can put no, this should go out here, I think. Then we can put the delete tile. Yeah, I should probably just call you delete. Be a little less redundant to call. Error is not nil, then we're going to do error snack bar. We hang this off of form parent probably. Actually, where did we put the other error? We had off a room form, so let's do that. Just keep things the same. That. We actually don't need the label because we've already got a good error message in here that's got context to it. And then we don't need... That's all fine now, I think. I think that all stays for right this second. That's our waiter, which is going to have to... either stay as it is, or we'll have to figure out a different way to handle that for connections. Okay. You delete, still work. Don't have that. If we come in, make you... oh yeah, we need to clear this too. That's fine. Do that for a hot second. Destination room. Waiting tile disconnect response. Right, because that's in the shouldn't be disconnect response, but it's in the tile stuff. We need to call updates up here in this. We do refresh selection. Which updates that, sets it. So why didn't we get... we don't need to be... no, it is on close. That's still the event. We ran that. The... we didn't get an error, so why didn't it refresh? I've also just realized that this is not behaving correctly. It's not snapping to the 50% point. There. That's really annoying. Anywho, you could just do the thing you're supposed to. That'd be nice. So that we can all see what's going on. Okay, here we go. So we delete you. You're supposed to reset this. Oh, is it because we're missing the thing that rebuilds? That's what it is. This used to bring you back real quick. You just had an update in here. Deleted, you updated. We're missing a call to the thing that gets the send change. We did update connection buttons because there was no connections. Actually, hang on. If we didn't update them, there'd be more problems. Because, sanity check here, if I delete you, your buttons go away. If I go out and back in, you don't have any. Okay. Why? Why aren't you rebuilding that? It's because refresh selection. Because we build and never cleared the connection widgets. We don't want that one. We want the tile. Here we go. Delete that. Delete you. First selection. Select tile is not nil. Then we update it and we set it. Which should wipe out. The connection data. New tile data. Do all children. New room form. Set the struct. Set that up. I feel like it's not. It's not ending up in here. Let's just try. See if that'd be true or not. So when we don't come in here, delete you, hit rerun. Thought you. So you do have connections. But update connection buttons. For connect, it's because we never clear you. So you're still hanging on to them. The tile is nil. We set the text. If the view coordinates are not nil and the grid is not nil, then we should be running you though. But I wonder if we're not firing that too soon. You are totally taken care of in that regard. As our part of our selection, I actually don't think I need this anymore because we're firing the update, which where do we listen to the update? Thought we listened to change. One use here. Just still message broker land. But initialize map widgets on click. We're still sending a map event. That might be part of it. So we might not need to have this duplicated. Let's take it out for just a hot second. This have I told you a joke about Vibe Coder, and if not, do you want to hear one? I don't think you did. Sure. Hit me. Let's see here. Vibe Coder walks into a bar and orders, "Greetings, beverage professional. I would be delighted to partake in a fermented barley-based alcoholic refreshment service served at the optimal temperature." Yeah. I feel like I'm missing it. It's probably a skill issue. Well, 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 I see some go, I go to see. Nice. How's it going today, Ash? How's your week been? It's about how overly expressive language leaks into a real world. LLM language. Yeah. I kind of started to go down that route, but it doesn't align with what I've seen prompts look like. It would be like, you are a senior bartender. Please provide me with a fermented barley-based alcoholic refreshment served at optimal temperature. I've been annoyed by Go a lot this week, but I guess that means I used it a lot. I've also de-stressed a lot with Rust, which is good because that means I got to use a lot of Rust. Did you de-stress a lot with Rust, the game, or the programming language? That's where I went to first. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, though. I don't like Rust the game particularly. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. I played only a little bit of it. I didn't have any friends that wanted to play it, so that sort of put a damper on it a little bit. And the part where you just get to be a randomly generated character and don't have any input into character creation kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like, it's annoying. Which I think is like the point they were trying to make, but like, I don't need that. Rust in like 2017 was peak. Gotcha. I don't remember the last time I played it. It's been a long time. I was eaten by a bear, and I went, yeah, it checks out. Let's see. Okay, so we need to tie this in, I think, is the problem. But I'm pretty sure. This might be a dumb question, but what is a MUD engine? Specifically, what does the MUD part stand for? Multi-user dungeon. Imagine if you could play Zork online with your friends. I was particularly annoyed how the designers of Go looked at the decades of problems we had because int is not the same size across machines and even across compilers, and we have to jump all through all these elaborate hoops to define uint32 underscore t and crap. And they said, oh, gotta get me some of that. And they baked int into a bunch of places in core types in the standard library. Isn't int platform dependent, or am I confusing that with something else? To where if you're on a 64-bit platform, int becomes int64 everywhere, unless you manually give it an int32. Int can be through 64. Yeah, yeah. If I take the onClick out of there, I don't think anything else is handling that. So that's still a thing we need to tackle. But yeah, okay, that's fine though, because we can do, I think here though, actually we might end up in trouble with cyclical imports if we do that. I don't know about edit bar. Don't know that I don't see map widget here though. Double check. Might be okay to just say, hey, on click. All right, we don't have an instance of it bar in here. We took that out. We used to. Just like in C++, and the tragic part is that Go has int 32, int 64, int 8, and unsigned variants, right? Most of the standard lib is using int as a return type from like write and read. That was the particular snake which bit me on the unmentionables this week and caused me some grief. Gotcha. Obviously, the answer is to just stop working in platforms that have UNT8, right? Hey, thanks for following. I appreciate that. My sound didn't play, which is annoying, but I happened to catch that one behind my terminal over here. Okay, so. Played for me, it made you jump? Gotcha. Maybe I'll turn that down a little bit for you. It's really, audio volumes is really difficult in streaming. And it's probably just something stupid. Like, it's not set to the correct settings, monitor device. That's all set. That's that. Is no, that's not muted. I don't know. Let's cancel that. If I do this, that's working. I don't know. I'll just try to keep an eye on it. Anywho. Yeah, trying to figure out what the experience of volumes are on everybody else's stuff. Super tricky. Let's see. I might just get rid of the sound playing completely. I don't know. Let's turn it way down. Because somebody else said it scared them once too. And it might not be the vibe for people that are hanging out to body double. I don't think the volume was a problem. It just caught me off guard. Gotcha. That's good feedback though to know. I initially set it up back when I still played music, but like I got tired of the music. I'm sure everybody else would too eventually. And now you can, you know, just listen to whatever you want. Which is what I do. We don't need a response. Is there a way that we can still tie? I feel like I had an idea for this and it's totally gone now. Because I've been working on other stuff for 3 days straight. We still need a way to tie into set selected tile, but The appropriate place to do that would be here. You would have to bring in or do have that. Am I allowed to perhaps? I'm not a Go developer, but in C++, it is sometimes extremely useful to have uint32 underscore t 16, etc. Especially if you're aiming for high performance or working with a number of different systems, both 32 and 64-bit, right? It wouldn't need to be in run. We could just do, when we create new, we can maybe say on wait, no, that's not the correct. What is the, let me grab the docs here. I'm thinking if we can hook into just the on click from the buttons directly, that gets just sent up through everything, right? That perhaps we can sort of cheat the system, so to speak, right? Oh, why are you sending two? Did my stream fall over? 1205. It must have. That's really annoying. Okay. We'll just fix that. So, Cogent. Events. But not this one. This one, I think. That's on. Which would be correct. So why can't I do... Oh, because you're a node. That's why. It's not parent, it's parent. Frame on events dot click. Could I do that? This. If we need to do something similar. To this, actually. So we need to do this. Oh, we don't have a... okay. It's hard to tie in because it's actually just a mouse event, but it's going to come with a location which is kind of decoupled from... I think we're going to leave the click in on the message bus. Unless there's a nicer way. You'd think that this shouldn't be... quite as tricky. Yeah, we're going to leave this for now. This particular chunk. But that's fine. We still need to figure out... When we click, we send ourselves over. It's because we don't rebuild. Except for we do. We do it here. We clear you. We do all that. We update you. So why don't you get put... Connection table frame. Here we do set select again with the widget. After we update you. I'll delete. Which doesn't update. Oops. Updater. Let's do that. So we can see if that is getting called like we expect. Delete you. We need to make a little bit of space here because other things fired it off as expected. We get it 3 times. Why do we get it 3 times? Because we get it once from here. Twice from here. What we should do here is call this because that should clear out. What used to be responsible for delete delete tile does it, right? Yeah, we remove you all. And then this just needs to update it from the actual backing data. So we say view grid, get our neighbors. We append them all as appropriate. Should take that out, that's fine. I wonder if it's just not... refreshing the UI over here, but it should be. What am I missing? Um, this still has to have connections in it. In order to update them. Which isn't going to be there. It's going to be in the connection form. Not form, tile. When we update you. The weird part though is that it works when we go out and back in to the clicking on the tile. So it can't be this, because this is just going to get run the same. This does need to be update because that's going to clear this stuff. Which is correct to do. What's the difference in order of operations between clicking delete, which does not rebuild the edit view over here, and the select? Down here, refresh selection. The select tile is not nil. We update it again, which is fine, I guess, to be sure. And then we call set selected tile again. On change, we refresh selection. Clear out everything in form parent. Set up the room form. Room form on change. You refresh selection at the end. Apply changes. I think this is because this is going to refresh up here and then it's going to fire this. So we shouldn't need to do this because we would drive it off of the change here. Let's do let's do a bool here that this won't matter to check because we can tell if we've done it from there. But here, what if we don't worry about this at all? Well, I guess we do want to know. I don't think we can do that. Yeah, because we would need to know. We do an update on you. I guess we can try this to see if it really makes any difference to fire it after everything. No. Roll that back. I guess what I could also do is print out the connections. Why is this not? Because we put, okay. Am I an idiot? Did we, where do we set these though? In selected tile. It's here. Connections. It's because we update them. We don't rebuild them completely. That's why. This is the state of the edit bar itself's selection, not the data. Perhaps we found a thing that we can remove or rework to be easier to work with. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Why did we do it this way? The it's because we wanted to be able to support retaining state when things were reselected. So if I make a change, so if I'm in here and I don't delete this, but I'm like, hey, I've got this stuff open. I'm like, okay, cool. If I make a change here, this is why. If I did something that changed this data, it would refresh this data. But if I didn't, then it keeps it open. It preserves the UI state. That's why I did this way. Let's make myself a note. This preserved between calls to set selected tile because we want to preserve the state. Oops. Of the UI, i.e. connections are expanded, should remain expanded if you change the room description. I'm trying, but I can't unsee it each time it's on the screen. That example in the tile, its environment. Yes. It was generated by a script, I think. I'm trying to remember how the origins of the map, the example map. I think I just banged, yeah. In fact, yeah. In the early days of the map, I just banged some strings in there real quick as I was going, and I made that mistake. And when I wrote the stuff that saves and loads maps, I just used the existing test map that was hard-coded with all that for every room. Oh, hey, look, there's updates to Reddit's privacy policy. Oh, they made small updates. Now that's moved some sections around. We've updated the privacy policy to better reflect our current or upcoming practices. I'm sure that somewhere in there it says, by the way, we sell all of your data. Well, so long as you're aware of it, I guess, right? Yeah. It's fine because eventually, when we finish this, we'll start making real maps. And this test map where everything is connected, that's really only good for this particular stage of things, right? Where it's handy to have everything connected so that we can look at UI stuff. So they've added more lies about how your data is being sold and perhaps added some forced arbitration. That's what I read, you know? That's what my internal monologue said. Okay, so delete taken care of. We're still using message bus for the select. That's fine. We fixed that annoying bug. We can manually clear this now, which is... Yeah, we just update here. We never cleared them. That makes sense now that I remember the reason for it. What was, let's do a commit here real quick, and then I know what the next thing was. Sure, this looks sane. At a bar, room tile, map widget. Yeah. Bring delete. Bring room tile delete. Functionality into room tile itself. Get that pushed up. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Make sure this was set. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. Good. We need to fix the format. It's room form. We want the text boxes to not be highlightable. ID, room ID, description, right here. Call you label. Start styler. And we want to... It's not an ability that set, it's set abilities. False. Dot. I think it's selectable, but... give that a shot. Yes, that is correct. It still does the cursor thing. Oh, wait, I lied. We also need to get rid of the drag start printout up here. Maybe hoverable? Still. Let's actually take a quick look at new text, not core. Text type. What abilities get set on it? Selectable, double clickable, triple clickable, long pressable, slidable. And then text click. Normal cursor. The other thing we can look at that might also be even better is to look at the form, because it has labels and I don't think they are clickable. I could be wrong. Label. Tag get. Label widget is just a pointer to text. Just this. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is clickable in the same way. Read only? Is that perhaps? No. That's form specific. Back to text. This seems a little bit redundant. Because that has clickable and hovers. I see. But if we were to take this and put you in here, but flip it to false. Okay, it's definitely one of them. Because now I can't seem to do that, which is what I want. Maybe it's slidable? Maybe it's just got to be all of them. Like, maybe it's a combination thing, but I would like to know kind of which one, if possible, for my own education. Sure does look like slidable to me. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to say... Actually, hang on. Let's think just a skosh deeper here. We have all that good stuff. Yeah, there is a read-only for this. It's not just for forms. If we take out that slidable, does this fix everything easier? No, but it does get rid of the false sort of indicator. So we need to do this. Make sure that's still kosher. Yeah, it's much better. That way, kind of like wherever in here you think you can grab, except for in the text boxes, which makes no sense to try to do. Make ourselves a note. Set read only to avoid text editor style cursor pairing set to prevent click / drag highlight. I'm going to copy that just because I'm going to put a lot of the same things here. That can go away though. And you'll get put down below here. Wait, why do you now Oh. Duh. I brought the comment over, but not the actual call. Okay. That feels better. Let's go ahead and do commit prevent label text widgets from interfering with click and drag UX, making them really and undraggable, unslidable. It's hot today. Now, room form, we're good for now. This. It means to clear all select. Okay, let's track down exactly where to make sure that we're not wrong about this error message real quick. So we're going to move the... We're going to do a couple things with connections. We would have to, if we wanted to support click and drag, we'll need to fix these labels. That's fine. If we want to support click and drag over here, it can't be into the map because it doesn't make sense. Like if I was to drag in, let's say we delete these guys. Like so. If I was to drag this in here, I guess we could connect both by default, but that might not be what you want. I guess we could create two placeholders, but then you'd have to delete anything you didn't want, which is less of a big deal here and more one here. But maybe that's still the correct answer. The other thing we could imagine is if you were to click and drag this onto here, then it maybe should start an event where you then select, okay, your origin's here, this is your data, where's your destination? That's a lot more work, but I think it's the better UX. I think that's more intuitive. Crap. Okay, well, the first step is going to be able to get the widget taking care of its own rights, because that'll help simplify this behavior. And then the room tile also, we need to check widgets, connection tile. If we have an awaiter. So we need to figure that out. But that plus icon lives over here. How do I want to set that up? Ugh. Sleepy today too. Could right now that button is a construct or a widget of edit bar exclusively. That sort of makes state changes to what it's expecting, right? The map widget in run no, it's not even true. It happens over here. Set selected connection. This used to live up in next tile. Used to live up here. Because we register you and then we just call you. Oh, hello to yourself. How's things? This can go away. How do we want to handle that if we're going to do that? We need to figure out how to hook into the state. theoretically. The new connection handler here. Like, this is all well and good. I guess what we could do... Like, this still needs to stay here. That's fine. I think maybe this can just stay. But... we just need to add to this side of things, I think. This is a parent and a handler. And we don't have this in the connections themselves just yet. Take a peeky peek here. I lied. Let's go back. Not to this, but to the handler. We have to filter our current connections. As part of this. That's right, because a lot of this actually lives in the rooms. Just fine. And it's actually the connection button, or the save button rather, in the connection edit widget, which ends up over here. But we have one change, this happens. Which dispatches this, which already nuked out of here, but we have these two. Over here, have our connections that are part of us. We need to look at we only need to call connect. Because connect, if you have something different, overwrites it, right? Yeah. From start to finish, the data need to this is a connection. We manipulate the transit table. So we don't want to mess with this function. That's fine. This is okay. I'm a little worried about this part. But I remember why, I think. And it's because the connection could be existing over there, and we just need to update it. We won't worry about that until we know there's a bug there. It just looks weird, but I think I had a reason. So the call to connect, we just need to do onto a list of IDs if we're going to put it in here. Now, to start with, let's just do this. You need to go with your friend. There we go. Connect. But this is going to take our connections in here. Have origins destination, so we need to take connection data. But if we're gonna do, it'd be a list. Think. Did that. Do this. It would look a lot like this, I think, right? Returns the list of errors. That's fine. Oops. This could come over here, as well as this, just for the sake of looking a little nicer. This would all become that. This we need to get rid of. Let's do you take an ID and then a pointer. We use the ID for. The ID of the connection. I see. Except what we should do is say believe there's an ID and an error. Yes. So we do that. Return error that says, hey, error parsing, connection ID, whatever this thing was. Ah, they just responded to me on those ugly, ugly bugs from Monday. They can repair them. They'll work on them. Cool. So the this like so, and then we don't have to have this in here. I don't know if I like this or not. We'll have to figure that out. But I used to do Right, this was for the message broker message, but if our errors are greater than 0, we're going to want to do this and say put the string in there, that's fine. Otherwise, we're going to end up returning nil if everything is happy. And because we have references to tiles, everything's happy, I hope. Uh-oh, we got connection tile and template manager. Right, that's because we did this, which isn't super necessary. Which ends up getting used somewhere. I was transited, right. Okay, these I think can go back. The that's not what I want. Helpful if you could tell me. Okay, yeah, both of these. That's the problem. This gets used twice. Here in edit bar. But how did we do this in we had the same problem with room. I think we just moved it in line. Yeah. Pretty sure. We could probably keep this convenience stuff. Just needs to live somewhere else. Connection tile. Not aware of edit bar. So I should be able to put it in here. Connection data would need to connection dog template manager. Connection data. There's new tile data, I think. That can't be correct. I need more coffee to shake off this brain fog. I have not had enough. Pull these back over real quick. This is going to take a little bit more of that. If I do it that way, which is fine, but it's gonna be a pain in the butt. If I was to take template manager out of this, yeah, all of that becomes problematic. Did I pull room data? No. Yeah, template manager definitely needs to just not be aware of connection tile. It's not aware of room tile. Which is all of this. Did I pull? Did we just get rid of? No, we couldn't get rid of. We have tile data. New tile data is 2. Which over here is fine. Well, you're aware of template manager. And that is because data. Templates. Where do you know about this? Here. Ah, it's because this takes a game map tile, I bet. Um, the think that was the change we made. I can't remember. So I could just look at history. Room tile. New tile connection came out. We kept the data. Right. Okay. Connection data is going to be really important to this. But we need to be able to drop this. But our connections struct has a lot to say about that. But I think these can come over. That's what I think. If these live in connection tile, we need to fix this up. But this can be template manager stuff. Same with these two. Template manager, that's right. Same there. Okay, so then if this... And let's put you at the bottom here, I guess. If you live over there now, that I think solves this problem completely. And we just need to point... These are no longer this, they are connection tile, like so. This is no longer template manager. It's that. Okay. That'll solve our cyclical imports. Then we use connect. that will come out of here. And that would have been in, bring you back real quick. No usages. Ah, right, because we deleted you. Right. You just actually need to get tied to in here. No. Where's my save button live for this guy? Using the connections. And these got pulled out. That's right. That all is fine. Run this real quick. You would be in you're in the form. There you are. We'll have to do this click and drag stuff in a minute, but for now, this all could don't think that matters. We just need to we don't even need to do a list of these at this stage, do we? Because out here we have connection form. Um, the button section, message broker, data struct, which is a connection data. So you are only going to be 1 per. But you don't have, you don't know who you are, which is fine. Because we're doing this in the wrong place. We didn't do that here either. We let the form just emit the change signal. Pretty sure. Description, all this, info wrapper, reset button, save button. Okay, yeah. Okay, you do update after you do all that. You handle event. This, which is the change. Edit bar is responsible here for the update tile actually on change. That's when we do the thing. So this does only need, I think, 1. I feel like I'm overlooking something. I need coffee. I really need coffee. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to start some coffee. Oh, my camera has now gone fuzzy. I sympathize, camera. I feel you. I am realizing that I got neither the best nor the most sleep last night, and that might be part of my problem where I'm just not firing on all cylinders. Oh great, my camera's completely frozen. Cool. Welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate you. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Unplug it, plug it back in. Leave that alone. Don't mess with it. View, properties, back, there. That's more better. Joys of using OBS on Linux? Yes. I don't know that I have that many more problems than anybody else, though. Like, OBS is just kind of jank. I've watched lots of people have issues with it on all platforms. Alright, so. I was trying to puzzle my way through on about half a brain. Connection tile. So we move those things over to it. The tile itself can have multiples, but it doesn't need to. Therefore, this actually wouldn't be a list. It'd just be a single one. We're saying that we want to add this connection to this tile. Our water's almost done boiling. So close. Go pour it in real quick. We'll give that like 5 minutes or whatever we remember it exists again. These will need to go back to data. This is going to change again, but for now we're going to make it data. Because what we want to do is actually, because we have a list of these guys, these connections. Origin, destination, direction. But this doesn't represent the full connection data. And maybe it should. And what do we use to build our connection list when we init you? Nothing really. Transit data. That's when we moved over. Because this widget is pretty naive about things. If it has this guy, okay, this might be a silly approach. Our form here we just use a tile directly. I don't know why we don't use we have template manager in here already. Connection data. When we get created, we're empty. Like so. Set visibility for our interface. This has a direction. Does our connection data? It does. So this could be connection data, which makes you connection data. Ah, because you're a string. That's kind of why we were doing this, because the form is easier to work with. Let's back this up. In the way that it is, because it uses simpler representations. And we had something helped to translate the two. We took connection data here. That's right. We just use connection data directly. Right. That makes sense. These only have connections for the sake of UI. Believe. The origin, destination, and direction. So direction is for UI. So that we know which thing to put in there. The origin and the destination. Is so that we can build this. Right. Maybe. This takes a connection. We do that because we need to pull out the actual references to build this. Makes sense. Who actually uses you? You actually uses you. And you take the connection tile from there we build your, okay, so transits. This actually just needs to be who uses you? This uses you. There's really no reason for this to be like this. I don't think. If we did this, we could change you to something like get connection data or something like that. This would no longer need to be this. You only were because you didn't live inside of here before. We get this. We can get rid of that. Transits is already there. This all can just go in here. And this becomes this, that. Then all that goes away. This becomes connection tile, new transit data. But it's not that, it's get connection data. Should really just be yeah, it is connection data. That. Don't need that anymore. Same deal here. That. Easy enough. And then back to here. When we click you, we send change, yes. And then over here, not tile, but connection. We don't have, right, we don't have it because it does not. It used to use the message bus. So this, we create the connection table frame. Connection widgets. We need to set up the, so we could do it here. we set all that up. On change. Do that. What we do is say on change, which means we've clicked save. Right, make sure I got on click, events that change, yes. Connection update data, get connection data. Get connection data, which builds this. But because this is set up, from header, where did we, is it just in here that we work with, we work with selected connections here. Okay. It's not actually connection widget on change. It needs to be registered in here. Because it is the, update data. When that gets changed, are you not? Must be missing something about how this is set up. So we got the update data. We go through our existing connections, or selected connections rather. We update them if needed. These selected connections are, they only hold update data. That's why. They don't hold a reference to our, because our selected connection widget is the one. This is update, that's why. So for this update, no, why can't I register on change on you? You should exist by virtue of being, because you're not a widget. No, you are. It's because this isn't where you're just there. It's because you go through, this widget is this, on change, connection edit widgets, which has the selected connection. Why did I set this up this way? You're a maker because I want you to build this list each time. connection edit widgets, which is this guy, which gets all the extra stuff. And winds up putting it, so it's in here. That we used to, okay, yeah. This is where we used to do this. Delete func. It's right down here on, okay, here, on change, that's why. Because it gets all wrapped up into this widget. So you, instead of making this stuff for the refresh selection, probably still want to do that. Instead of making this all for the message broker and dispatching it and awaiting and this, you need to just do the selected connection widget, which is the tile dot update, not update, dot connect. And then you need to take this form, return an error. This is a connection form though. Connection data lives inside of the data struct. Let's give you connection form data returns. What was the correct template manager? That's where you still live. So you return one of them. Data struct in its current state that's been modified by clicking save, which triggered this form dot data. We'll get that in there. This will come up here. Instead of this, it'll be here is not nil. That is fine. All these can go away. Okay. Now it has been way more than 5 minutes. I'm going to go pour that coffee real quick. It's entirely too hot for coffee, but my brain needs it. And that coffee is hot too. Okay. That should wire things up for that. Is there anything else we need to do before we test this? I don't think so. We'll find out, huh? If I come in here and I do this one, let's say, And I update this. Go out, back in. It has indeed persisted. Good. Okay. Deleting it, but then recreating it. Should engage the same machinery. And it seems to have. Okay. Good. Let's do a commit here. I will do pull. I need to double check this. That's fine for now though. Pull the. Maybe it's not fine. Hang on 1 second. This. This calls connect on the tile. I believe I have bugs hiding in here. But it's going to be only in cases if we somehow get bad data in here. So this, if I just do hit save, out back in, that's been set. These have been left alone. It would only be if we somehow injected or provided this call with the wrong thing. This could modify other things because this is a call to the origin tile. Something about this isn't right. That's fine. We can take care of that. Pull the logic to apply connection changes over to the connection tile. What we should do. Let's double check this. Part of this is knowing associated tiles, which uses nodes, because we can't have you already know about connection tile over here in the room tile, because you need to call things on connection tiles. Unless there's a way that I can, now that we've kind of moved things, like this could be generalized to node, but yeah, this needs to know that, I guess that this would need to be as widgets. Like so. Or I guess that would need to be a pointer in that case. Do widgets not have update? Would you have to be a widget base? You would be. But if we were to do that, What is unhappy? This is unhappy. Get connection. Because this is. Wait. That is correct still. This would be problematic. And this is where we need to check that these are indeed connection tiles. So that's why we didn't do that. So let's not do that. But you can't know about rooms because then you are a cyclical import. You can't have that. Which is why we did the as node. But maybe that doesn't matter. Where do I actually use associated tiles? For selecting. Okay. So that's fine. Apparently my stream had troubles briefly on Twitch. $241. So like 2 minutes ago. Gonna have to like try a new spot for the dish, I think. Yeah, Twitch fell over. Cool. Love that. I've tried like 3 different spots. I'll have to try a 4th, I think. So I'm gonna stay here for a little longer. Okay. So do that. We do that. That's fine. The trouble is we need to make sure, and I guess we could just go through our connections. So we can say for the but because our connections connection tile type, wait, doesn't make sense. Hang on. Connections are connection. There we go. We just need to update Or do we even need to worry about that? Existing con range of our connections if existing con origin is origin tile and existing con destination is the destination tile. Then we do this. Theoretically. I need that to go. This should actually go down here. Like that. The how do we need to update these though, right? The get direction. When we do the update, we set our visibility of that. What we should do think is just say that we'll do index there. We'll just update the destination and origin, and then direction is origin tile dot cardinal 2, that's what it was, to destination tile. This is connection direction. Which is set. The heck sets you? We default you to 0. Connections have a Oh, that's why. Connections index dot direction is that. The direction of the overall widget doesn't change. That's why it's a different creature than the cardinal. If we don't find ourselves in here, we'll say that we'll return an error, which will tell us no connection with origin this and destination. This was found associated with this tile. This and this being the origin data and data dot destination. So everything should still work, as we've just guarded against the possibility of manipulating things that are not correct to this widget in its representation. So if we came in here, let's do 3.2 to 3.1 today. Just add some text to ya. Hit save. Ooh, things died. That's fun. It's probably because I have forgotten an important step of all this, which is that Connect also creates a new. Crap. Well, actually, that wouldn't be the case here. Connect, connection tile 183. Connections are nil right now, I bet. Because update func hasn't been called. Should have been, though. But why? Let me do this. Comment you out real quick. I believe it would happen in map. Let's get rid of this stuff, or don't need that. It's commented out. Build connections. Which gets called. Oops, not that. Everywhere. No, it gets set everywhere. What we should do, I think, is when we set you, we call you. That way, as soon as we know about you, we get to run you, things get populated. So we'll do 3.2 to 3.1, add some texty text. No, we still panic. Really? What have I missed? It's 184. In connect. Okay, let's do this. Shouldn't be this, but just thinking this seems silly, but yeah. Do this. We get our panic. Yeah, neither of those triggered, which makes sense to what I, would expect. Everything should be populated. Only one use. It's right here. Is there no data in here? Doesn't make sense. Actually, still fail on 184, but with the this. Put that back and run this again real quick. Am I losing my mind? Just get over there. There we go. Random one, hit save, get our panic to throw. It is on 184 still in this. It's because connection tile doesn't exist. Select the connection widget does not exist because crap. Because we're in the room tile. We don't have a select connection widget. This needs to be tied in differently. I don't know how you got in there. I accidentally copy pasted. When we set select connection, not connection, select the tile. Come in here, bop, 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 bop. We build the form still. Select the connections. Is these guys which have the connection data. Damn it. This is why. This is what I'm missing. This doesn't necessarily need to live here, though, either. The reason it worked before is we didn't check for this. And this just uses the origin, which lives in the connection data. So if these widgets aren't going to really look the same architecturally, just because this is going to be a blocker for that, really. There's no reason to put this into this thing if we're not using it, right? If we deal without this and go back to where we were when it was working but not checked, right? Nothing is tied to this. Which makes sense. What we should do instead, if we're going to do it this way, we've started down this right because we need to connect the click and drag, which needs a listener, which will be this widget. That's right. But if we just take this out, and it can live there still. We just fix this up. We don't need to hang it off of that. It just needs to be connection tile connect. So that's okay. Lowercase. And then it won't matter. And then the and this all works again. 3 2 2 3. We do that. We hit save. Come out, back in. It's still there, of course. Let's stick with that. And let's do a quick commit here. Connect not need to be a method, just a function, an exported function. And then what else do we change here? We deleted an extraneous line. That's what we did. That's all. Push that. We need to get delete over here too before we can do the unclick, the click and drag stuff. And we're just going to wind up calling this for however many connections we have. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We'll have to sort out. Do we want them to be like instantly connected, or we want them to be drafts? I mean, it's fine. If they just get created. I think that's probably the most expected behavior. Unless we do something else where we're like, you click the things you want to apply it to or something. I don't know. Let's get delete going first. We're gonna pull that out of the disconnect tile. Pull it out of the map widget here, and that's just this. Okay, that's easy. It looks. This gets moved down here just for visual organization. But it also looks a lot like this, except for it is disconnect. We take connection data, or do we just here decide? Yeah, because we need origin and destination. And we don't have... Connection is exported here. But it's not really used outside of here. So it arguably could be... It and connections, I think, could arguably be unexported. But if I just do this, or I could do tile pointers. But I think everything else is designed to use connection data, so I think we'll just do that. So what we do, and this does not return an error, from the underlying handler. It just does it. It's fine. If it didn't exist, it should ignore it. We just need to do the same exact thing. This. Like that. And then get rid of this. And then up here in the run. Whoop, right there, right there. I think that's all of my runs. It is. I don't need any of that. I might need them later. For now, we don't need a message broker at all for the map. You can come out of there up until such time as we change our minds on that. In which case we might not even need... Oh crap, no, I lied. Forgot, we still use it for the clicks. Dang it. Well, I can still take this. Run can still go away. I don't need to subscribe to any events. I just emit them. Which means that can go away still. This all needs to exist to implement the interface. Leave. So that's fine. We just emit the default events. That's... And those. Those can go away. And that. This... We might still need for deselecting as well. Leave that for now. The edit bar currently needs to know about our handy dandy new disconnect. Connection. It's going to be down here in connection edit widgets. We have the delete function here. We still need this, but instead of this on the OK, going to hang on. This connection update data. Disconnect. Update data. Because this is tied to this connection. It's a selected connection, but right, because it's a connection, it's not a widget, right? What we could do is move this over here. Oh, except for we don't have a... It's probably fine to leave it here. We don't have a parent frame to hang the snack bar off of context-wise. And we would have to have an instance of something to do that. So let's just do it here. It's fine. You might not always want to send a snack bar as well. This, we take it out of our select connections, refresh everything. I think that's all we need to reproduce the old behavior without stuff. Hey to yourself as well. How's it going? So then I should be able to delete you. You go away. Everything seems pretty good. I do that. Hit save and it's back. And it persists. Good. Okay. So there's that. That's annoying that it... shoves everything out. Maybe we'll worry about that later, though. All right. Let's commit this. And we'll do pull connection deletion over to the connection tile widget like so. All right. Then, now that we've got all this finally pulled over, what we can do is tidy this up just a little bit. We need to go to our connection tile, or form rather. At work, someone was trying to get in contact with the original author who made Lord of the Rings mud in 1979. Well, that wasn't me. Nor do I know him. Although I did get the other day somebody who went to school and had one of the original, one of the first mud creators as one of their teachers, which was kind of cool. So connection form, we need a couple things here. No, but it's why I saw Mud want to join. Yeah, it's pretty rad. It's a small world, you know. I'm curious about why they wanted to get in touch with them, if that's something you are able to and comfortable sharing. No pressure if not. Just a curiosity question. Room form, yes. We need to do the same thing we did here for our labels, which is fine. Do this, do that, and then also that. Leave ourselves a note. Description, enter message, same deal will go here. Same deal will go there. These will be different, that's fine. That. Yeah, sure. I work at a university, and the guy at the computer science department is working on archiving and documenting the early CS department days. Oh, that's cool. Did the creator of that mud, did he used to go to your university? And then these guys don't have the same kind of label. So I should be able... No, but yes, he made the mud in the US as they actually had network computers, but he was from here, so he brought it back as far as you know. That's cool. Kind of one of those, I guess we do have labels here. We need to do that too. It's kind of one of those like small world sort of situations, right? Where like you just kind of bump into that sort of thing every so often because there's not that much. Mud is like network adventure. Yeah, it's like playing Zork online with your friends. You need to come into my labels for my save, reset, not status text, but the location footer. Wait a minute, where am I missing? Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong one, that's why. Connections, not rooms. Here we are. This. Oh no, the label is part of this. Which I made, okay, over here. That's right. Hey, thanks for following. Appreciate it. What made you want to make a mud game engine? Have you played a lot of muds? I played them a long time ago. It just occurred to me one day that I could make a engine that ran a mud in Go, and that might be kind of a fun project. So I started it. This label is this forms label. Set okay, yeah, here we go. Label. And then same deal here. Good enough reason, right? And it has remained an interesting project. So here I am. It's been very educational. There's a lot of interesting problems that are, you know, kind of game centric and specific that I probably wouldn't have solved if I didn't do this. Things like a game loop and stuff like that, you know. So now my connections, you and you are non-clickable, non-highlightable, which is correct for that sort of a thing. Now we just need to tell you up here at the very, very beginning of your existence. Set abilities. True. Dot. Draggable. And then we just need to do on. Drag start. We do this. And then I forget the thing I'm supposed to... Scene drag start, that's right. Oops. We come over here. Same deal. Just like that. Now in the connection tile, we need to say that you are droppable, and we're going to borrow some of this stuff up here. In it, you are all of these things, and droppable. Do we have other... Yeah, up here's probably fine. So, what we did... We can do for an update, that's probably a good plan. Is that we need to throw a snack bar if you're not actually a drag drop event for some reason. This, we need to do the same thing, except you need to be connection data. And we'll rename you to that. And then what we're going to do, I think we still need this at the end, but we're going to print this out real quick to test that everything is connected correctly. And that things look sane. So we'll drag you into here, and then you do have data. Fantastic, I love it. And you log to console. So, next thing is to say how we want to handle this. And that part's going to be tricky. What we're going to end up doing we're going to kind of map editor. Yes, this is the editor that goes with the engine. So that, because the map is just a JSON file, right? And that's going to suck to try to reason about and to edit, you know, like kind of a traditional problem. But if you can, like, you know, click and move things and, you know, start to create a map. This is just a fully populated test map, but if you can create one visually, it'll be a lot more accessible, is my theory. And then, like, you could do decide you wanted those reconnected, put in your details, and it's a one-way connection right now. All right, so I got to figure out how I want to handle this part. The other thing I'm noticing is that while I was just demonstrating sort of setting up a more map-looking thing, that it was annoying to delete a lot of things quickly. Or you can do it in XML so it's both human readable and machine readable. Isn't that neither human readable nor machine readable? So this, I know what my associated tiles are, but this is going to get a little tricky. I can get my neighbor tiles. Which I should actually have from the running the update. I can't check that they're room tiles because then I have a cyclical import. But I shouldn't need to check that. Theoretically, I guess we'll find out. There might be some edge cases there. Well, no, that's not even true because if I'm here, this is a neighboring tile, and I don't want to connect to that, so I would have to check that. I can check that they're not other connection tiles. That would kind of sidestep that. It wouldn't guarantee that they're a room tile, but we only have two currently, so two types currently, so it'd be reasonably safe, I think. But we should have associated, which I don't think. Right now they're a node just because everything's a node in the UI library. The associate tile should be set in map widget when we do the update because we need to know about the greater scheme here. It's in build connections. And this is where we can say, if you're a room widget, then we look for, then we append you to associated tiles. So that would work. We just need to figure out what direction you are. Do you use Go at work as well, or was it more to learn or some other reason? I used to use Go at work, then I got laid off. I really like Go, and it really lends itself to being like a server application, right? So that was kind of the initial kernel of things. Conveniently now, while I look for work, it helps me to stay sharp to write Go every day, right? Associated tiles, though, doesn't help us know the direction, which is the tricky part. We would have to get... We would have to get Cardinal 2. Which is okay, except for diagonal rooms. For these two, we only got 2 possible rooms, so that's easy. But we do have a direction for this widget, so I guess we can switch on that. And then we just need to figure out, we can do Cardinal 2, which will give us the direction between the two, and we can infer what connections go where from there. I think that's got to be the plan. And the benefit is we already know all of those things about this tile because we've built it up. That's right, I was going to change this, but then I forgot. I got all distracted. I guess you're only a single. That's not... It's not going to keep me going for very long, is it? Do some of that. Okay, so. Let's keep these up with this. We're going to put you into a function to keep you organized. Connect all associated tiles? Sure. Okay. And this is going to take connection data. Right? That's what we give you. Yes. We have some applications that are in Go, but they are scheduled to move to Rust. I'm not exactly sure why. Because... Oh, I don't know if he's here. Ash, are you here? It's because of people like Ash. That's why. I hope he's here to hear me give him a hard time. We're government employees, so engineering time's cheap. I'm internally crying in taxpayer right now. We can afford fighting the compiler for a week. That's funny. Look at the bright side. You get to learn a new thing, right? So we gotta be careful because this could have more stuff, and this is an exported thing. Which can kind of be unclear. But without making like a special separate template, I think I'm still fine with it. And a lot of this is set to not allow edits, so it's probably fine. Which actually I should change. this should have gone away when I fixed that. Just forgot to clean up. I should change these because we don't use oh, I deleted one too many characters there. We don't use the cogent form for this anymore. So those aren't super meaningful. In fact, we're going to take all these out and leave it to be only... Can't do that. The JSON stuff. And then I'm going to be fine with this, I think. So, what I need to do is switch on direction. Case. Vertical. Can't remember the correct. I think it's that. Yes. Diagonal will be its own thing. Default. I guess I could return an error. Or I could just snack bar? Snaggy bar? Perhaps. So what we do is in vertical and horizontal. Either way, we need to make two connections from one associated tile to another and back. And then this, we need to make 4 connections by figuring out which connections are diagonal from one another and connecting them to and fro. You don't have to be specific, but I assume you're from somewhere in the US. Yes, that's me. So this north, south, east, west, up, down. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. As in, like, what part of the US, or are you questioning my layout here for details? Where in the US is kind of gotcha. Okay. I'm a nomad. I live in an RV and I travel around. Right now, I'm in the Southwest. But for the past year and a half, I have lived all over the Southwest and the South Central. This, we have to be a little bit careful. I guess we could just say if length of associated tiles is greater than 2, we have issues. And this should not be. Arizona, New Mexico-ish area. I've spent a lot of time in those areas, yes. I assume you like desert cactus then. I'm a woodland creature. Which, I mean, northern New Mexico is actually very green. There's like national forests up there, and it's gorgeous up there. Mountains and woods and good stuff like that. I spent a lot of time in Texas as well, which, you know, is also big, so. It has everything from desert to like super, super lush, woodsy, where lots of things like ants live to bite you. I stepped on a big anthill in Texas. I stopped at a shop. I was going to get some work done on my trailer, and we were talking about an upgrade, and I looked down because I felt something on my leg, and it was just like covered in ants, and then they started to bite. I live in the Arctic, so I'd probably feel more at home in Alaska. I grew up in Alaska. You live in the Arctic, that probably means that you are in Finland or Norway, maybe Iceland. I guess you could be Russia too. So error and return, maybe. Norway. Iceland is just south of the Arctic, but Sweden has parts. Oh yeah, that's true that Sweden is up there too. Yeah, Alaska would probably be really similar to Norway in depending on where you are. I would love to visit the European Arctic at some point in time. Otherwise, we do all this. Yeah, we need to figure out a snack bar solution from here. And actually, I think we just hang it off of ourselves. Because we have a frame. That could be our context widget. Our friend city is Anchorage, as it's about the same longitude latitude. Don't remember which is correct, and it's funnier if I don't go... Right, yeah. I think it's latitude. I could be wrong. It's also funnier if I don't Google it. I used to live about 45 minutes from Anchorage. We moved up there when I was a kid, and I left there in my late 20s, I think. I lived in the Matsu Valley. It's a great place to be outside and enjoy scenery. It's not a great place for working in tech. So, if we're here, let's just do it. Throw an error snack bar. This, and then the label is unable to connect associated tiles. Actually, this isn't going to be an error snack bar. It's just a regular message because we don't have an error message. We're creating one. Too many. Unable to connect. Too many associated tiles found. And let's do this. We'll do this sprintf. Chuck that in. And this is the len of associated tiles. Just in case something crazy has happened. Snacky bar in return. And then yeah, my city slash town is a university town, mostly created because politicians wanted one in the north. If it wasn't for that, it'd be a bit difficult. Yeah, that'll happen. That's why I'm a woodland creature, actually, is growing up in the Arctic woodlands, right? I spent, when I moved out of Alaska, I spent a number of years in Utah, and I kept telling people, I miss trees. And they would say silly things like, but we have trees here. And I say, you don't understand. I had some friends that I think they grew up there. They certainly lived there for a very long time. They moved to Oregon, which is non-Arctic woodlands, but very similar in environment, right? And then they came back to Utah after like a year of living there to visit some family. And they were telling me, I understand now because I'm used to woods and creatures and, you know, moisture. And we got to Salt Lake and we realized all there was billboards. And I was like, you miss trees. You get it. And I don't actually think I need to save this. I think I just need to do the first connection will be connect, but we need to make a new. Okay, yeah, because we have this, but it won't have origin and destination. Which is fine. It doesn't actually need. Because this is smart enough to figure that out. So I just need to collect the error and be able to give you a new connection data that has an origin, which is associated tiles 0, a destination that is, oh, but these are node, right. This is a little trickier. I would need to. Let's back this up just a skosh. Can't do this. Do you use Go routines? Yeah, in some places. In fact, the message bus handler for the edit widget gets launched in a Go routine as part of its initialization. This we can't cyclically import. We would have to get either. There we go, a nice pleasant game of Factorio with a colleague to wrap up the day. Now it's time for my daily coma. An 8-hour coma to be precise. Nice, nice. Does that mean you missed me giving you a hard time? Keep up the good work. I mean, I'll try. Probably yes. Our new friend Kvikend. I didn't hear any hard time giving my general direction. Yeah, our new friend Kvikend was saying that they were rewriting things in Rust and he didn't know why. And I said it was because of people like you. You have to repeat it tomorrow. I mean, well, I just did. That was it. Have a good night. May your factory be bounteous. I know you do. That's why it was funny. So we can't... We have to pull out... Somebody needs to be more general because... Either you can't know about connection tile, or you can't know about room tile. Either way... Somebody... Because of those crazy language zealots who are crazy, right? Our applications run on clusters with uptime requirements, so it's probably why, but still is a bit silly. I mean, you can get good uptime with other stuff too, just fine. I like the language, but I don't think the entire world should be switched over right away. New stuff, sure, pick Rust if suitable, or you enjoy it, but rewrite just for the sake of it is stupid. You have to refix all those logic bugs in existing code bases. Yes. But on the upside, if it's getting rewritten, the bugs will be new and exciting. It's not just the same old ones. And we use you primarily just to call update on you. I think we kind of started down this path, but if we do this and we say that you're a node, and then we do as a widget update. It's either this or it returns either. Okay, so we could do this. And then we would need the log, which we don't have in here, which is fine. We do have the parent map. Anyway, I know what I'll dream about. Thank you very much. If it's getting rewritten anyway, and there's a choice of languages, then it's still a maybe. If your team unfamiliar with Rust, they'll make the same mess, bigger mess as they would in any other language. Yeah. And we'd still be dealing with weird parsing bugs due to having to parse data made by some obscure Unix application written in the 80s with a custom file format. It's funny that governments around the world are all the same. And then you guys would be a node. These should actually be pointers, though. If we're going to do this. Well, actually, I lied. Because node is an interface, so we're fine. We get the neighbors, and then we would say... We'd have to say... get neighbors returns a what? An interface. Actually, what we could do... Turret tile. But we don't want to do that. We'd want to say not okay. If I'm not one of myself, then I append the asserted tile. At least that one isn't government specific. Anyone having running clusters have to deal with it. At least it can export in non-standard YAML. Gotcha. I don't know that there's that much... I don't know that there's that much Unix outside of government work, though. Like, I used to work on a product where we had to support it. We had to do HP and IBM, I think, their flavors. But I don't know how many people really use them. The ones that I know for sure did were government or government adjacent. I don't remember the other. I think we had 3 different flavors of Unix, and I don't remember them. So if we did that... If it's not nil, then we run the updates. And then... Nothing's using this yet, right? Yeah, okay. We can try this. To make sure that our... Oops, we're forgetting that. We need to do... go generate again real quick. So that it can fix that new type. The standard is Unix, but Linux. Red Hat, SUSE, and Rocky are the ones we use. Gotcha, okay. Is that because it was originally a Unix application that has just been slightly updated so that you could avoid the Unix tax and run, you know, sane things that the rest of the world actually has? Now let's try running you. Oh, because that's going to be problematic. This is an edit bar 252. Crap. Yeah. Forgot we did that. That's going to be important. We could either type a search you here. Or we could think about this. No, I'm an idiot. These are not UI tiles. These are game map tiles. Oh my gosh. Put you back. No, oh. Yeah, gosh, I'm getting all confused. I still want to put this back. It's because I need to get game map tiles out of these things. But that may still be okay if I do something else on these guys. They're a connection tile. Wait. Associated tiles. Just a list. Okay. It's not quite. Do have connections though, which won't be populated at this stage because we're dragging and dropping, so I can't use that. We know our coordinates. How am I going to do this in a sane way? It's mainly Linux, but things get weird when you're clustered as you have to use specialized file systems and such. Trying to think of because like there's like there's NAS stuff, but that all runs its own, and I can't think of the name of the one right now, but there's like one or two major like open source NAS softwares, but they use their own file system type stuff. Sounds like a thing that I haven't had to deal with. And for that, I'm thankful. This This is gonna kind of suck. So I need to get the tile out of the thing. Oh, what I could do maybe. Not room form, but room tile. I could say that you what did we decide is using you associated tiles wise? It doesn't matter. Well, I guess it kind of matters. Easiest way, I think, would be to do that and see who starts screaming. You. Yes. That's fine. I could do some kind of setter type deal where it appends to its list. Then I have to do a clearer type thing as well. That would kind of suck a little bit. The put that back for a second. Can I get away with saying that room tile has a map tile that returns a game map tile that's junk mail. We use NAS between systems, but on the clusters we use Lustre. The issue is that projects has an allocation of computation time and storage, so we need to track how much they use of the resources. It gets complicated as we need to keep track of this stuff. Yeah, that does make sense. Like making sure people have quotas and all that. I've never heard of Lustre though. That's a new one. Well, it's probably an old one, right? Okay, so if I said you have a map tile function, could I then say you would have to also, well, no, you wouldn't necessarily have to be a node. I could say that, let's put you down here with the other, but above because you go with your friends. And I could say that you just have a map tile thing that gives me a tile back. That makes you implement you And then you are now a list of map tile containers. You could be still a list of room tile widgets. No, because you are a button. You're not, though, anymore. Origin tile is tile. You're a button because you inherit from buttons. I see. Yes. Okay. That makes sense. To a degree. But you still implement that. And the only issue is you were used to be a pointer. Now you're an interface. Think this will work still. And then, are you allowed to be a nomad without a fixed address in the US? In Norway, you're not. I have a fixed address. It is a mailing location, right? And that's all that they care about. I have a physical address. Mail can be received there. Why don't you... Why are you suddenly not happy? It's because I've been appending the... No. You have... You implement. Oh, my editor's freaking out and not showing me, except for when I click on it. It's fine. It implements you. So you should be fine. Okay, makes sense. Friend of mine wanted to live on a boat, but wasn't allowed, but he managed to get a fixed address for his job, kind of gray zone illegally. Nobody checked. Nice. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Norwegian laws, but... And you can't be pointers either. But if I didn't have you... I wonder if it's because I need to... Can't do new. Won't fly either. Very confused why I can't do this. What if I just tell you that you're an interface? How do you like that? No, you don't like that at all. Of course not. It's because it's got to do with interface shenanigans, I bet. Can I do... Oh, maybe this needs to be exported. That would help, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Silly me. And then as I come through here... actually, before I do that, let's make sure these things actually work correctly. From what my impression is that our government needs to keep a bit more track of where citizens are than in the U.S. Guess it's historical reasons why it's this way. I mean, you have to have a domicile here, right? It just, they don't really care. What have I messed up here? Oh, that. They just don't really care that it is the place where you are physically located all the time. And because it's a mail forwarding thing, they'll send it to wherever I am. So that just makes everybody happy. And then this, we would need to also be able to say, I mean, that's fine, right? Because you implement those by nature of... Yeah, that would be a little bit... Update is fine. Okay, so you get to receive government mail. Everything here is electronically, so it makes sense that it has to be physical, but government. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's really what they really care about. That, and it has bearings for... Because we're not all one homogeneous lump in a lot of ways, right? So for taxes, you have the federal government taxes, which is everybody, right? The whole United States has to pay taxes on your income to the federal government. But you also may or may not have state taxes that you have to pay to your state. It's completely dependent on what they want to do. Oops. So it has bearings there as well. And like things get a little bit messy if you work remotely, for example, or even if you like if you lived on the border of one state and like there's two towns that are, other sides of the border. My screen replacement is broken. Like you could have an issue where you make money in a state that you don't live in. And so there's, stuff that they have to sort out there. Okay, and now we can't use this because it thinks we don't implement the interface. But we do by virtue of being a button, which is a widget. Wish it gave me more on what it thinks is not sufficient. Is it able to figure out that I know how to do this? It is. And if I was to say, so Boolean and then um not ability states. Specifically, that. That would make that happy, but this is still hosed. By the way, what editor is this? If I were to guess, it is Sublime. It is Sublime, but not the product Sublime. It is Goland. The experience of using it is just Sublime. Can't use you again. I'm betting it's because I wrap this. I don't actually implement them. Which would break this. What did you call it? Goland? Yes, Goland by JetBrains. The other thing I could do... this is still mad now. Why are you still mad? Put you back. You should be fine. I have to think about how I want to do this because it's a mess. And it really has to come from this place because you won't know who's who. One of our users I'm tasked to help uses PyCharm. I guess I should recognize it. Yeah. Most JetBrains stuff looks more or less the same. I don't see a way to do this without pulling room tiles as a reference. It's just not copacetic to do it any other way. We can put this back real quick. for the sake of this. The other thing we could do is say, well, we can't do map tile either because we need to know about the button because we have to set it to selected. That's the whole reason we were initially tracking these connections for these associated tiles. So there's just going to be no way but to... Oh, we can get rid of that. There's just going to be no way but to have this guy. Or I guess we could. Coordinates. We'd have to put a reference to the map in here. We only have view grid coordinates, which are going to be very different from do grid at. Then we don't know what's handing us back. Is someone playing the drums in the background? I was probably tapping my fingers. It's probably deep in contemplation. I could get the thing out of the view grid, but that doesn't help me. Because I would still not know what it is without the import. I just have to do this, which makes everything else kind of suck a little bit. But these guys... Unless I was to... Connection form... I think I should head to bed. Thanks for the chat up. Talk to you later. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see you again. It's actually time for me to wrap up pretty much, plus 40 minutes. My schedule's on my page, or, you know, show up 4.5 hours before now, your time. I should be here tomorrow. I'm going to figure out if there's a way I can squirrel this into the data somehow, but I don't see how. Without being able to, like, listen to the drop events somewhere or something. have to think about that a little bit. But yeah, like I was just saying, I am way overdue. I normally stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. So if you like this kind of thing and you're here right now and you'd like to see more, if you show up tomorrow at about 4.5 hours before now, I should be here and I'd love to see you again. Thank you to everybody who came and hung out, nerded out, chatted. I think I made some good progress here today. Little bit of a rocky start, but we're getting there. So yeah. And if I don't see you again, have a great weekend anyway. And we'll catch you some other time.